Manitoba Derby. It's Matt's broken foul back to Bonanza down the rail. Mr. Expedient. Speed stretch approaching the wire, and it's going to be Smuggler's Hold to take the 2009 Manitoba Lottery Derby. To the outside, Stachys continues to go on with it, and Stachys is going to pull the upset. He's drawing away to win the Manitoba Lottery Derby. Caboose, hammers pull it to Canterbury. Mongolian win takes the 72nd running of the Manitoba Derby. Princess very far outside. Yeah, baby, she is gonna do it.
The Manitoba Jockey Club acknowledges that we are on Treaty 1 territory and that the land on which we gather is the traditional territory of the Anishinaabe, Cree, Ojibwe, Dakota, and Dene peoples, and the homeland of the Métis Nation. We pay our respect to the First Nations and Métis ancestors of this land.
And welcome everybody to ASD Live, brought to you by Manitoba Liquor and Lotteries. Day 4 on the racing calendar. Quick look back at yesterday's racing action. Who was hot? Well, jockey Jorge Carreño. He had 2 wins. Also with 2 wins, Stanley Chady Jr. And then on the trainer's side, it was Michael Nault. He recorded 2 wins on the card. Stretched, couple of fast times. Tis Funny went down there in 58-1 and won by about 9 lengths. What did you see on the racetrack yesterday?
Yeah, it wasn't impressive. You have to always look back. You know, sometimes we jump the gun on maybe speed bias, but we were not wrong there. Basically, if you look back at the chart, 5 of the 7 horses had the lead at the first quarter. The other 2 were in second, only half a length back, basically a stalker right on the flank. So even if you look at that last race that we both liked, the 7 horse cleared, and then the one, which was one of the bigger favorites on the card, just chased and just couldn't close. So that last race really kind of summed up the day of that horse kept going. So mark down June 6th for carrying speed. So some of those horses that won yesterday, they had a bit of help, and those closers were way against it. So this is where you can pick up some, maybe some long shots. And I know Kirt last year did capitalize on a couple of these, reverse the opposite bias there. So we'll see. We do know as the day goes on, everybody can figure out the speeds holding. The weather hasn't changed. Now you may get some extra jockeys, or the instructions say send, and that's sometimes then backfires because you've got 3 or 4 up front and sets it up for the closers. So we'll see how the card goes. It's a tricky card. I think there's some favorites. We've only had 1 favorite in the last, we had 2 favorites, I guess, now in the last 14 races. So, Kirt, anything to add?
Yeah, it looks like there is going to be a lot of favorites today, but looking back at yesterday, even in the first 7 furlong race we ran, My Cowboy and Dictator, the 2 speed horses of the race, they sat 1-2 and they ended up 1-2 in the end. But again, we'll see how that does play out tonight. We'll try and help you out in what we see on the racetrack early on. But let's kick it off with the $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-4 lifers. Again, going the 5 furlong distance stretch. What do you have in the opener?
Okay, so I just talked about having speed, and my first selection is not really taking the speed in here, but I am taking a horse that's going to be sitting just off the pace, so kind of not a long way back. I think this horse, which is the 3, there is a potential of a bit of speed in here, so I think the solid figures, the 3 that the 3 has, 1 at the distance, racing tough at Turf Paradise. Those 8,500 claimers are tough, and there's some sneaky horses that are invaders from the big tracks there. So if the speed, the 3 needs the speed to back up, and then that's how he can win. The 1 is my second selection, which is the speed of the speed. Carino, a couple of great rides, as you mentioned, Kirt, with wins yesterday. I was impressed with that 7 furlong race. Almost grabbed the lead, almost shut it down, and kind of got a bit of a breather, just enough. And he's so good on the front end. So I certainly can steal it. I'm using the 1 as well. And then the last one is the 5. And so that one is 3 for 3 at basically first or second in the race. It's 10-1 morning. I don't think the horse can win, but maybe can get up for second or third if it melts from there. So 3-1-5, Kirt.
Yeah, Nelton Dickey has had his horses ready to go at first asking. Myself, I went to number 1 Pucker. I'm staying with the speed angle on the inside. Yes, this horse is a non-3 going against non-4s, but I don't think it's a real big difference. Pucker tested some real tough ones last year at the 5 non-2. After winning it, Harry Keep the Change, that race, Red Astaire in the maiden allowance races. This horse ran some really good ones early on, but just got beat by better horses that were able to rally and take the win away late. I think Pucker with that inside draw will be tough. Top of the Rock, the 4 horse, is the other one that does have speed in here. He will be running as a first-time gelding, since he was gelded in the off season. So I'm looking at Pucker to go to the lead, Top of the Rock to stalk, and I think they're just going to run around the racetrack together. And I am taking Freezing Jimmy because the Buffalo Barn, they do have their horses ready also. And Freezing Jimmy, I think, just absolutely loves our racetrack and does really like a layoff. I picked this horse off a layoff, and we ended up getting 14.5 to 1 that day, and it wasn't a stalking roll. Maybe if the 1 and 4 bang it out, Freezing Jimmy might be able to scoop them all, but I'm taking 1, 4, and 3. Now we're going to carry on to race number 2, a $5,000 maiden claimer for the boys, 3 and up, and they're going to go 5 furlongs. Stretch looks like a monster favorite in here.
Absolutely, and the monster favorite is the Lone Speed. So I expect this horse to get loose. Only going 5 furlongs. If this horse was going a little bit longer, I kind of get worried about this, the stamina of this horse. Lise Pruitt won yesterday. Same workout pattern on the 4 horse in the 5th race. So I kind of compared. Now there's no speed, gate to wire, anchors up, race to lose. And then after that, it's basically, I'm kind of searching. We both have different picks for second and third. I decided to go with the 3 as my second selection. Has the racing edge already. Last race was okay, so I've used that one. It was also 6 furlongs, and that's 2 turns at Fawner. That was wide, like I said, kind of searching. And then the last one, I went to the 5, coming from Woodbine. Racing bigger fields always seem to find a little bit of trouble, and shouldn't get any trouble in the smaller fields. So 2 is my solid top pick, and then the 3 and 5 to maybe complete the exactor.
Yeah, I anchor up. This looks like the horse to beat. Maiden allowance, first time it ran here, and ran against a very tough Call the Cops, 3-year-old Manitoba bred of the year. And then Peb was sitting on a win, ended up getting it its next start, dropped in for 5,000, showed speed, got a little bit tired, but today it's only 5/8 of a mile. And as Stretch said, Lone Speed, anchor up. Definitely his race to lose. I went on the inside to number 1, King Wit, as my second selection. I liked a horse last night in the maiden 5,000 girls, Inspiratus. It was a horse running for 10,000 at Fawner. That is the second to bottom level. And I said horses do really well out of that 10,000. And that's why I'm taking Inspiratus did win the race last night at $11. So I'm thinking King Wit coming off a good workout, a nice half mile, 50 and 1 handily around the dogs. So if it wasn't around the dogs, this horse probably would have went down in 48 and change. So I like King Wit for second. Rounding it out, I took the Gulfstream horse, Swipe Left. Well, yes, this is a total route horse, but it is coming from Gulfstream. Shelley Brown, she has debuted a few of these at the bottom, and they actually ran really well. So I'm thinking this one could be an upsetter in here, but underneath anchor up, it is absolutely wide open. But I'm going to 2, 1, and 4. Now we're carrying on to race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering, just over $14,000 in the pool for this second level allowance, optional $15,000 claimer. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Undefeated Melisandre in here. Stretch, are you going to pick her? We didn't last year, and she showed us.
When you're reading my notes, all right. So this is easily the most race I'm looking forward to in this race by far. Very exciting to have a horse undefeated, and it's not like 1 or 2 starts, it's 8 starts. As Kirt said, we didn't pick her last year. As you can see, our picks, we're not picking her again. She made us look silly last year. we always look silly at different times. So the other reason I'm always looking forward to this race, not just her, but the 2 and the 3 are coming out of Half in the Wrappers race, which was a sizzling time, one of the fastest times we've seen run in years. So I just want to see, this is going to kind of give us a good indication of was that a legit kind of race for the horses. And that's why I've decided, not a popular pick for the locals, but I'm taking the 2. I think the horse should get a great trip. I like the tightener over the track. Coming like in a fast run race, photo at the wire between the 2 and the 4. There's nothing you can't say bad about the 4. She proved me wrong only the first time, and after that I learned my lesson. So she does, I think, need to improve a little bit this year. She should, but I've got to see her improve a bit to beat this field. There's some pretty good horses. She is going to go off at 3 to 5, I expect. I certainly wouldn't be sad if she won, even though I picked the 2. So that's my second pick. And then searching for third, I think it's between the 2 and the 4, is the... in fact, it has 2, 4, 8. Maybe I punched in the wrong one. There is no 8. It's 2, 4, 6. Sorry, Beth, about that. That's on me. It's 2, 4, 6. Longest shot on the field. I'm looking for maybe a Kirt trifecta, one of those $10 wheels there. Thanks, Beth. Picking up the pieces late, so 2, 4, 6.
I went with you on H.E. Darlin. I see Melisandre getting some company on the front end. She really hasn't had it in her first 8 starts, and a lot of them were placed so well. That was a great job by Lise Pruitt, putting his horses in the right spot and getting the win each and every time. But number 1, Interesting Times, does have a lot of early speed. So I see the 2 of them banging it out, where Ain't She Darlin' was sitting close, fell back, and then came back on late. She is a closer, and she will love to see the 2 of them go bang it out. And I think she'll be just sitting right in behind all that action. That's why I went to the 2. Have to take Melisandre. Well, again, you got 2 to 1 last year in the first start, talking with the owner, and he was laughing at us and thanking us for those odds. But I don't think he's going to get those odds today, even though it is a tougher start than it was last year. But Melisandre, definitely a Manitoba bred that is exceptional and would not surprise me if she wins. And I like number 1, Interesting Times, to stick around for third. Already has 2 starts under the belt at Century Mile and ran some good races in there before tiring very late. Gets the cut back to 5 furlongs is what I like the best about it, and draws the inside. We had a lot of winners on the inside yesterday, so I'm taking 2, 4, and 1. Now we're going to carry on to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. It's a $5,000 claimer for fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year, going 5 furlongs. Stretch, what about this one? Okay,
we saw the non-2-5 tough yesterday. This is kind of a similar condition, but because it's going 5, it kind of separates the horses, as you can see, everyone that Kirt picked my selections. But that's fine. Why wouldn't he? So let's go to the 4, going only 5 furlong. This horse has a fair amount of speed for this level. Really kind of dominate with the speed that she has, and she should be easily clear. She's going to be a low price favorite. Unfortunately, she's 3 of 6 at the distance. A very good 5 furlong work coming in, which just a very good workout coming in that kind of sets this horse up. Just the right kind of steady works. And then after that, it's kind of a bit of a guess for me on second. And that's the 3 horse, 3 of 6. That's my notes there. We'll get it right. 3 of 6 at the win for the 3 horse. That's the 5 furlong work I'm talking about. I've got it 4 and 3 as the exactor, and then 7 would be the third one, Sizzle and Susie. If it's speed holding, maybe the 7 can just kind of chase around the track, and maybe because of the speed holding, maybe the 3 can't get up. But I'm going to call it 4-3-7.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 4, truly and terrific. This is a horse that Tom Gardapi Jr. used to have, and at the end of the year, this horse was lights out the best. Jorge Carreño was on it for the last 2 starts and both of those were wins. He gets back on today, and he won 2 yesterday in the same kind of fashion. Go to the front, catch me if you can. He's got a great clock in his head, so I expect him to try and steal it on the front. Divine Ride, great year last year. This horse has good tactical speed, so it's going to be up in the fray, but I don't think battling heads early. So Larry Sizik did have a win. He's 1 for 1 with a first-time starter. Better make that 2, and this was the one that was working against it. Divine Ride, and Better Make That 2 did beat Divine Ride. As I said, was a maiden, but a very impressive debut win. So Divine Ride, first time out last year, was in a very tough race against the boys in a 5-on-2 and had to go against Cross Lake Proud, who was 1-5, I think, on the board that day. So Divine Ride will find this a little bit easier, and as Stretch said, a sharp work. My third choice, Sizzle and Susie. It was between that and True Kate, but I picked Sizzle and Susie because she had that work at Fauner Park. So she has a little bit more bottom in her, I think, than True Kate does. And Sizzle and Susie has tactical speed, not a ton of it, but I expect her to be sitting forward in the race. And with that extra work, gave her the nod over True Kate, who Fred Rawson had his horse ready first time out, Mia Bear, who ran a good second place finish. So I'm taking, like Stretch, 4, 3, and 7. Now we're carrying on to race number 5, a $5,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers are going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch number 1, tough enough to start. Stretch, what about this one?
Yeah, just before, I just explained to everybody about the dogs. You had mentioned that previous, and because we had all the rain, there's some workouts horses with the dogs. So if you could just maybe mention exactly what that is since you've done.
Okay, what the dogs are is they put pylons to protect the inside of the racetrack so the horses can't gallop on it or work on it. So race night, the best place to be is on the inside. So usually it's about 6 wide around the turn and down the lane. So whenever you see dogs, you got to take off at least a second is what I do, a second to a second and a half in that workout because of the wide trip. And that's why I say the speeding up. And 6 wide is a long way to go, as you see when your horse does it and the horse on the inside scoops up the rail. You see that the big advantage is the horse on the inside. So pretty well, the dogs is pylons protecting the inside of the track.
Very good. Well said. Yeah, race 5 is the fillies. I like the spot here. Lise Pruitt's put My Princess Ellie, and the horse can't be claimed. This is the key to this race. If the horse was in for 5, I might get a little nervous, but can't be claimed. Clearly needed a rest by the end last year. The horse is not going to be far off the lead. There is some pace to run at. The works are extremely good. And if you look at last year's May and June, just how good she was here. And then as you notice, she kind of tailed off, but she was in some extreme tough competition. So that's my top play in the race for sure. Then it's easy for me on the second choice, and good for Kirt also taking a second-itis horse here, and that's Storm Squall.
And taking it for second.
That's what I mean. You get full credit on that. So number 3 has 6 of 12 races running second. This horse will gun for the lead. I'd probably get maybe a little tired or wait for the 5 to pass because that's what she does. And so that's kind of one of my exactors of the day. You think the class and then the second-itis, and now I'm searching for third, and that's the 6. Has the winter racing, couple works. I think it picks up the pieces late, but for me it's the 5, then the 3, and then maybe a search for the rest. 5, 3, 6. Kirt.
Yeah, I don't have a lot to add. My Princess Ellie was tested some of the toughest on the grounds and running really well going short. And then, like you said, I think this horse just needed the winter off. Beaten favorite in the last start, off the big drop in class. We've already seen Lise Pruitt do it with 2 horses, Eddie Forever and Sister of War. Both of them good class. They kind of had average seasons, but the winter off, both of them looked absolutely dynamite in their wins. So that looks like My Princess Ellie, but she's going to have to sit close to Storm Squall because Storm Squall is really fast. And if it does get a loose lead, just might be tough to catch going this 5 furlong distance. But I'm with you. I like those 2. And back in that action was my third selection. Same reasons, Fauner Park. I like that and the 7, the whiskey worked. I didn't know which one to go to, but the 6 horse sits a little bit closer to the 7. That's why I went that way. So I'm with you. 5, 3, and 6.
Nothing to do with the choice of drink?
No. Not at all. How do you think I got my wife? The whiskey worked.
All right.
Okay, we're carrying on to race number 6. We got a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year. They're going to go 5 furlongs once again. An interesting race in here, Stretch. Who do you like?
Yes, I like the spot again here. The 3 is going to be the favorite. Drops back down, but the key, the horse was claimed for $2,500. Yes, the exchange rate, but still, it's just such well spotted. I don't think there's a lot of speed in here. I think Antonio's going to get the lead, get the horse to relax, and then just due to the lack of speed, gate to wire. There's another race coming up. You'll see that there's more speed. So we had an earlier race of no speed. We got another one with only 1 speed horse, and just the class of the field. I think it's a strong play for me. The 3 is the top one. And then the 5 will be the horse that's going to try to run down the entry mate. The 5 was actually running at a higher level than the 3 at Fauner Park. The 5 was in for non-3 of the year. The other one was, I believe, non-2 of the year. And that does make a little bit of a difference. You get some horses that like to win a bit more. The 5 does need the 3 to stop for the win, but I think it's a Jerry exactor of the day on that with the 3-5. And then I'll throw in just kind of searching again. Third pick is the 2 horse. Again, 2 of 3 at the distance. Steady works. Yes, they're a little slow, but I just like the pattern. He's a closing type. Maybe pick up, like I said, for third. So it's 3-5-2 for me.
Yeah, I'm with you on the 3, Dazzle and Mischief, but I don't think this is a walk in the park in here. There's another horse with early speed that I'm surprised that you didn't take, Stretch, and that's a 6, Warren's Van Gogh, that you were able to capitalize on first time out. Dazzle and Mischief could get in a little bit of a pace battle with Warren's Van Gogh, but with the big drop in class, it kind of looks like it is. Might be the loose speed in here, but Warren with Neville Stevenson, he likes to send. So could give it a little bit of grief on the front end. And if that happens, my second selection, number 4, Plum Lucky, is yet to start in 22, but comes out of the Marvin Buffalo barn. And as I said, they're off to a great start this year. Plum Lucky looks like just a route horse in here. But look at the distance, 4 starts, a win, and a couple of third-place finishes. So you're not seeing a lot of short races in here. And the last time it did go 6.5, came like a freight train down the lane, but ran out of ground to be beaten by 2. But now comes to the Assiniboia Downs, which is a little bit more forgiving to closers than it is in Phoenix. So I took Dazzle Mischief on top with Plum Lucky and Warren's Van Gogh, 3, 4, and 6. Now we're going to carry on to race number 7, Jackpot High 5 time, the carryover, just under $14,000 for this $7,500 claimer for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, and they're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Stretch, wide open, I think.
Wide open, absolutely wide open. As I mentioned, you thought that maybe Van Gogh might show a little bit of speed, and that's fair. Not a lot of other speed in that race. I think that's the opposite in here. I think there's lots of early pace in here. I expect extremely fast first fraction for sure. We've seen as it goes later in the night, sometimes the surprising coming from the clouds, it kind of seems that way. So,
well, it's when the temperature cools down. It seems you have 6 races go wire to wire, and then the last race, speed falls apart. Didn't happen last night, but we have seen that in the past.
Yeah, completely agree, for sure. And that's kind of how I went with it. So I'm shooting for the moon here, basically a big long shot. I'm thinking that there's going to be a big pace battle, and I'm going with the 2 horse, 3 of 4 in the money at the distance. I think very good works coming in, nice steadies, a couple 5 furlong works, which I really like. And I think it's at morning lines 12-1, and I think at the end you're going to get a roar at the finish there. You see how I played that?
Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. Okay, anyway, moving on to the second choice is the 6. This is interesting. You've got the 6 as well, Kirt. This horse won first asking, going 5.5, I believe. It was 5.5 first.
I didn't think the horse could sprint. Came from dead last.
Yeah, and you've got Carino on that, and you just know he knows where to spot the horse and just sit back. He's 20-1. Why not? 12-1, then a 20-1. Real good exactor. Who knows if the speed backs up? Your top selection, I do like as the best speed horse in there. And obviously, I'm not going to leave out the speed horse on my pick 4 tickets. That's silly in case. Always remember kind of speed of the speed. We have Neville. You've mentioned how he gets out of the gate, gets his horse out. And if he can put away all the other speed and hang on, why not? Certainly. But I'm going to go with some long shots, 2-6-3.
Yeah, I went to number 3, Liaison Tune, Mike Taphorn, another trainer who's had him ready to go. Half in the Wrapper was his horse that went absolute crazy fractions, 21-3, 44-2, and wound up in 57-3, the quickest 5/8 so far, and did it so impressively. He also had a couple first-time starters run really well, but Liaison Tune, what does she bring to the race? Lots of speed. I like that she likes to win. She won 4 out of 10 races last year. She's 1 for 2 at the distance. There is other speed in here, but I think she just might be the speed of the speed. And if she does get loose, she could be long gone. Number 5, just a tap in. This horse has run a couple of really good races. A lot of them have been on the front end, but this horse doesn't have to be on the lead. Steve Kepler Jr. has been a 25% win clip trainer here the last 2 years. He was joining us, or pretty well 3 years. So I expect this horse to run much better than he did last time out when he jumped up the ranks, got beat by 24. His other races underneath that was a win 3 outs ago and 4th beaten 2, his second last start. So look for this horse in a stalking position. And Camano Comet, I think I know who's going to be sitting last or second last and trying to pick up the pieces at the end. And that's been a great combination, Jared Brown and Jorge Cranio, dating back to last year. So I also have 3, 5, and 6. Good luck with all your selections this evening. And I'll be right back with the changes on this evening's Carter Racing. And if everybody can get their pens and programs ready, here are the changes on this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. Turning your programs to race number 1, number 4, Top of the Rock, will race as a first-time gelding. That's in this first race. Number 4, Top of the Rock, will race as a first-time gelding. Now turning your programs to race number 2. In race 2, number 5, Latat, the ownership should read Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd. That's race number 2, number 5, Latat, the ownership, Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd. Turning your programs to race number 3, the Die Terra race, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering. Just some overweights here in race number 3, the carryover in the jackpot pick 5, just over $14,000. Now turning your programs to race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. Just a couple overweights, and again, on your television monitors. Now turning your programs to race number 5. In race 5, the lone scratch on the card, scratch number 1, Tough Enough to Start. That's in race 5, scratch the 1, Tough Enough to Start. Now turning your programs to race number 6, the Gary Sue Love Connection race. Number 2, Bad News, the owner should read Doug Mustard. That's race number 6, number 2, Bad News, the owner, Doug Mustard. Now turning your programs to race number 7, our jackpot high five race of the evening. Just some overweights on the board, and our jackpot high five carryover just under $14,000. Well, an absolute gorgeous day for racing once again here in Winnipeg. Currently under sunny skies, the temperature 21 degrees Celsius or 70 degrees Fahrenheit, and the track is listed as fast racetrack for this evening's 7-race Carter Racing. We're going to kick it off right here in race number 1 that goes to post in 22 minutes. Winnipeg's ultimate Chase the Ace game with prizes for more than just the jackpot ace. Tickets for Chase the Ace are just $5 and available in the lobby until 9 p.m. The draw takes place at about 9:30. The current jackpot is $1,532 and will grow with every ticket purchased. Now on to racing. If you're new to racing, make sure to stop by and see Shannon and Brad at the Fan Education Center in the lobby. Also, that's the place to open a free betting account at hpibet.com to bet on the races on your phone. That's right, on your phone or computer. And what's more, if you bet 100, they'll even give you 100. Some conditions do apply. Have a great night of racing and good luck with your Chase the Ace tickets. Welcome down to the paddock for race number one. We're kicking off the Tuesday night card racing with a $5,000 claimer for 3-year-olds and up. That are mostly non-4 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs, a mix of boys and 1 girl. And an important note, number 4, Top of the Rock, will run today as a first-time gelding. Stretch. All right, let's take a look at the field here in race 1. Let's go to your top selection, maybe.
Yeah, for sure. So I went to Freezy Gymming. 4-1 is nice. It's early. There's some money in there. I went to this horse for multiple reasons. One, it has some back class and has basically raced a tougher at Turf Paradise for 8,500. I know that the one is the speed, and I don't disagree. It's the second selection. But the key is, I think potentially that there's a duel and Jimmy can sit just close enough. My figures, a couple of those, especially that one at Turf Paradise, was so solid that I could not use this horse on top, up against it, because like you mentioned on ASD Live, 5 of the 7, the horse that got the lead won the race. Certainly can happen again. So it's a little against the bias. I'm not a big fan of that, but I'm still going to take Freezing Jimmy as my top selection.
Yeah, I went to number 1, Pucker. Here's a horse that was at the maiden allowance level to start off the year and tested some really tough ones early on. Major Shepherd, Red Astaire, Eviscerator, Midnight Salute, Newell. All those horses came in and showed great potential. So Pucker took the dropping class down to the 5 and easily went wire to wire. Then came back 2 races later, went wire to wire. But it was the race on August the 25th that was the dynamite race where it lost by a nose to Double Ian's Money, who had a pile of early speed and back class and narrowly denied by a nose as Double Ian's Money just got up. And the last start stumbled, so throw that one out. Pucker has 2 really nice workouts coming in, draws the inside, speeding inside, did well yesterday. So that's why I'm making it my top selection.
Oh, for sure, no doubt. My third one is the 5 Stone Cafe. Again, another smart move for Elton Dickey here. Claimed it for 5. Can't get claimed in here. Has a nice last work of 36 and 4 on a horse that kind of is a closer. Again, I need the speed to back up. I'm kind of searching. I kind of, like I said, I like the 1 and the 3 as my top selections, but there's no reason this horse can't be in the top 3. And if there is a meltdown, maybe between the 1 and the 4, could get up late.
Yeah, and ran a good race in the Golden Boy last year against the undefeated horse City Champ. Number 6, Shake It Cali, the lone mare against the boys. I was lucky enough to catch this horse first time out after coming from Lethbridge, getting up to win by a half a length at 8-1. Shake It Cali came back and ran a 3rd beaten 6, but now she's going to go against the boys, but don't expect her to be anywhere near the front end. She'll be a horse that closes in here. This will be a good tightener for her. And I say she can run 3rd in here, but I just don't think she can win it.
Okay. Just a comment on the 2, one of the longer shots. This is where you have to watch conditions. And so this horse did finish 4th beat 9, but was in 25 3 of the year. So there's horses that win multiple races in there, where it is a 5 non-4 lifetime. So you can get horses that are just constantly winning. So it's not a total discard in here for sure. Like I said, I was looking for 2nd and 3rd in there, or even, at 11-1, we've seen long shots both the first race and a couple of the days, and like you said, maybe go against our picks, which happened a couple times.
And it's been interesting with these Jerry Gorno horses. He has quite a few of these 2,500 horses from Fauner Park. We've seen these horses run well at the allowance level and down to 5,000, 7,500. One of the horses at the 25 level, Dazzle and Mischief, who's the 8-5 choice in the 35 non-winners of the year. So Jenna's Gunrunner, would this thing really surprise me if it hit the top 2? Not at all. But I'm still going for 1, 4, and 3. Let's go to our bets here in race number 1, Stretch. What do you got?
Okay, here's what I like to do sometimes. It's an exactor wheel. I think 1 and 3 are your most likely winners, and then 1, 3, and 5. So I actually save a bit of money. It's about making some money, so budgeting it. So 1 and 3 with 1, 3, 5. A $3 wager is $12. If you only wanted to spend $1 exactor wheel, would be $4.
And I'm going to take a front-end daily double, I'm going to call it, because I got all speed horses. I'm taking the 1 and 4 in here with the 2 in race number 2, Anchor Up. $10 double wheel, $20. If you want to bet a deuce, it's only $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 1, and we'll see you back for race 2. Horse are on the track for race number 1. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,700. Number 1 is Pucker, owned by Monique Goulet, trained by Will Taranjo with Jorge Carreño. Number 2 is Jenna's Gunrunner, owned by Richard or Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickanis. Number 3 is Freezing Jimmy, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 4 is Top of the Rock, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Jay Buffalo with Neville Stevenson. Number 5 is Stone Cafe, owned by Tom Payne and Elton Dickey, trained by Elton Dickey with Xavier Chow. Rounding out the field is number 6, Shake It Cali, owned by Lloyd Buffalo, trained by Jay Buffalo with Leroy Nelson. Kicking off early daily double and early pick 3 wagering here in race 1. They go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
5-furlong race to kick off the Tuesday card. I've landed on the 3-horse Freezing Jimmy. I think that there's a bit of a pace battle up front between the 1 and the 4. And if that's the case, then the 3 can take over late. Yesterday was speed holding. The weather hasn't changed. Could still be speed holding. If the 1 gets loose, that's the horse that could beat my selection. And if you need a bit of another late closer, if there is a duel with the 5, but I've got it 3-1-5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I went after number 1, Pucker. Showed good speed in every single start last year. And going back to last night's races, speed is what you want on the racetrack. 5 winners wire to wire. The other 2 were stalkers, a half a length off of it. So Pucker on the inside, Jorge Carreno also with 2 wins. So I think Pucker has a big shot of going wire to wire. And the first time gelding, Top of the Rock, is my second selection. So I'm going 1 and 4 here in race 1. Good luck.
Post time!
Jenna's Gunrunner will be the first to load. Next up, Freezin' Jimmy. Top of the Rock takes his spot. Stone Cafe is next. Very quick load, 2 left to go. On the outside, the mare Shake It Callie. Now just waiting on the lukewarm favorite. That's Pucker on the inside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking a little slow was Jenna's Gunrunner. To the front end, that's Pucker on the inside with Top of the Rock. Matching the early speed. They open up 3 lengths on Stone Cafe in third. Another length and a half back. That's going to be Freezin' Jimmy. Another length to Shake It Callie. And after the poor beginning, Jenna's Gunrunner can see them all about 9 off the lead. The opening quarter, 23-1. And now Top of the Rock takes over by a length. Looming boldly, 3 wide. Stone Cafe trying to fight back on the inside is Pucker. And Freezin' Jimmy is making up ground. It's Pucker with the lead when they hit the head of the lane. In between horses, Top of the Rock, 3 wide, Stone Cafe. Freezin' Jimmy coming with a late run. 4 across the track at the 16th pole. But Freezin' Jimmy has the best stride and is going to get it done. Stone Cafe, second best. Top of the Rock in third, and Pucker finished in fourth. The stewards have posted number 3, Freezing Jimmy, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Stone Cafe. Third to number 4, Top of the Rock. And fourth to number 1, Pucker. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race 1, that's number 3, Freezing Jimmy. Freezing Jimmy is a big gelding, 4 years old, by James Street, out of the mare Abbey in the Wild by Lucky Pulpit. Owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, and ridden to victory by Lionel Camacho Flores. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 1/5. Race 1's official in the upcoming second race. Number 5, La Tat. The ownership should read Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd. Once again, in this the second race, number 5, La Tat. The ownership should read Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd. And as I mentioned earlier, ladies and gentlemen, this is your ultimate Chase the Ace place, which raises money for the Final Furlong organization that helps find good homes for retired racehorses. You not only can win the progressive jackpot by picking the Ace of Diamonds, which is over $1,500, but you also win $100 if you pick either Joker. And any other card is worth $25. Tickets are just $5 each and available in the lobby. And take note that Final Furlong coffee mugs are also available for a minimum $10 donation at guest services. And just a note about smoking, ladies and gentlemen, a City of Winnipeg bylaw requires there is no smoking on the tarmac in front of the grandstand. There are 2 special smoking areas that are available, one south of the tarmac and the other north of the tarmac by the paddock. Your cooperation is greatly appreciated. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 2 for this $5,000 claimer. For 3-and-up maidens, they're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Stretch a good pick in the first, freezing Jimmy to come off the pace, unlike last night.
Yeah, it's so that's why you kind of run the race shape, and you know, we talked about everybody can read and saw what happened yesterday, and sure enough, we even mentioned about it could end up that everybody's thinking we got to get the front end, and the 1 and 4 absolutely battled each other to submission, and good ride on Lionel. I've seen him ride for years, and he's a very good rider, new around here. One thing I've noticed, he's very good at coming off the pace. Your selection last week on that 5
Fair challenge,
a good ride. Coming
also
off
for Marvin Buffalo.
There you go, coming off the pace. Didn't panic, even though you know you can't put a horse too close if that's not his running style. So a good ride. The 5 ran a nice race. Looks like needed one.
Oh, totally. He's sitting on a win for next time. He put a big star around that one.
Yeah, for sure. And you make notes. Maybe the 1 next time won't have to get in such a big duel. So remember that. Here we go. Race 2. I expected this 2-horse to be a favorite. Somebody's made a pretty sizable wager right across the board. So I'm not going to say run to the windows and bet this horse. So you have to sometimes figure a different way. But let's just talk about this horse. Started in maiden special weight, and then came and ran a nice first out effort against Call the Cops and Peb. That's a pretty good maiden special weight field. Then they dropped them. 6 furlongs, I think, at any level isn't his best spot, but 5 is, and so it really sets him up for his race to lose here. There's not a lot of other speed. We've seen all the other horses run a few times, and they haven't shown any blistering speed. We know that Anchor Up's going to go to the lead. Chady's going to kind of control the front end, and you don't want it after that first race, great example, oh, suddenly speed's not holding. Well, there was a big duel. So you don't get worried after one race and say, oh, you know, the track has changed, because we're going to get to see.
Yeah, when these horses are all out before they hit our lane, we have a long stretch drive here. And if you're all out by the head of the lane, unfortunately, when you hit the 16th pole, you can't drag them across the wire, and the wolves are coming from off the pace. And that's what happened last race. But Anchor Up, I think Stanley Chady Jr. gets to go out and control everything, go as fast as he wants, go as slow as he wants, because there really isn't any other speed to go with him. So 1-9 on the board, I expect that to improve a little, but not a lot. So what do you do to get value out of this? I think you either go after pick 3s or multiple triactors, which you see me do many times, betting $10 triactor wheels, which most people, 98%, don't do. But you might be able to get a $20 triactor for $1, and then you get $200 back.
Yeah, I completely agree with you. I learned that betting with you the last couple of years and on screen, and I jumped on your bandwagon on that. I think it's a really good call, a good angle to play, and you're right. So you don't necessarily have to try to beat this horse to win. You just have to play it a different way, because, yeah, I guess the horse, absolutely the horse could lose, but you don't want to waste money on really a smaller percent chance of that. So let's take advantage of that. So that being said, if Julie's on the camera today, I'm going to go to the 3 as my second selection. And my angle here was the horses had a couple starts. It was maiden special weight. Now be careful, it was Nebraska breds, so it's not open company. Did run evenly. I watched the race. The horse was a little bit wide throughout. I think just that conditioning edge is going to help the horse a little bit. And so just by running evenly around and taking over from the other ones, that's why I went with that horse, especially the horse has only had 2 starts. And so every reason to improve a little bit.
Yeah, my second selection is the 1 King Wit. First 3 starts were at Sam Houston and really couldn't get much going, beating double digits in all those, but those are tough races for maiden 25 and maiden 12-5. Even the state bred races in Texas, those are not easy. Then went to Fauner Park, ran for 10,000 and was 4th beaten 8, so did beat 3 horses. was competitive in there going 4 furlongs. Now gets to go 5 furlongs today. We seen one of Jerry's horses yesterday. I said, watch out for these horses at 10,000, dropping here for 5,000. It ended up winning last night and paying $11 to win. King Wit grabs the rail. Sheldon Chickeness rode him both times in Fauner Park, so he knows the horse. Do I think he's going to really challenge Anchor Up for the lead? Definitely not. But he is fit, and I think he's going to be in the top 4 horses early. I think that's where you want to be if you're going to run an exactor play.
Yep, absolutely. And my third selection is the 5. Horses coming from Woodbine. You've heard me talk about. I always like to give the horse one. But I did kind of look at the size of the field that this horse has been in. Yes, it is the bottoms, but there's a couple races on that says the horse can run at least evenly. And so change of surface, maybe just does not like the Tapeta or Poly. I guess it's Poly there, and a bit of the turf. But the works are okay here. Again, kind of searching. I don't have any real strong opinions for second and third. So 5's my third selection.
And that horse did show a little bit of speed in there, a half mile and 45 and change, and only 3 lengths off of it. Blair Kidd started one just the other day and ran a good 4th place finish. So Latat off the Woodbine form definitely can be a player. I'm also looking at number 4, Swipe Left. Horse arriving from Gulfstream and not a great form in its last 4 starts, beaten about $1 million if you add them all up. But that race at Tampa, that maiden 10,000, a 9-horse field, this horse showed some late run, only got beat by 4.5, running 4th. Tampa, way easier than Gulfstream. Assiniboia Downs, easier than Tampa. So Swipe Left. Shelley Brown has had these horses before that got beat by many lengths. And look at 137 to 1 and 175 to 1 in the last 2. But coming here and dropping to the bottom, these horses show a lot more run. The workouts are decent. They aren't really slow. They're average in here, 50 and 4, 49 and 3, and 50 and 4 around the dogs. So Swipe Left, definitely give this one a shot, even though 19 to 1.
Yep. Yeah, they just have to improve. There's so many unknowns. The last one we didn't mention is the 6 horse. The only reason I didn't take this one is because I think this horse is going to be better going longer. I think this horse is going to break its maiden this year. That last race against winners and ran a nice second. Was in maiden special weight. Is actually, in fact, the second choice on the board. You know, certainly can get up. Wouldn't leave it out. But again, everybody's trying to beat the 2. We're almost running for second in this race.
Yeah, I think the Runaway Hurricane will be near the back of the pack and trying to rally. But those last 2 maiden allowance races weren't bad, the 4th and the 5th place finish. So Runaway Hurricane's best effort. Can definitely be in the top 2, but let's go to our bets here in race number 2. Stretch, start us off.
Okay, so look at that. Similar on that, I've got a $10 pick 3 wheel.
Oh, so do I.
Yes, you do. 2 with the 2-4, so we're both trying to beat Melisandre, and then the 4 in the last in the 4th race, which is
Truly Terrific,
another speed horse. I don't think it's going to pay huge, but that's why we both have a $10 one. Interesting how you left out Melisandre completely.
I left out Melisandre because if it comes in 2-4-4, I think that's going to pay about $3.10 to pick 3 for $1. So I'm just trying to make a little money on the side without spending too much. So I keyed the 2 in here, Anchor Up. I took the 1 and 2, Interesting Times and Ain't She Darlin', and I rounded out the same as you with Truly and Terrific. $10 pick 3, $20, a $2 one, $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 2, and we'll see you back for race number 3, the Die Tarot race, kicking off Jackpot Pick 5 wagering. The horses on the track for race number 2, they're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,400. Number 1 is King Wit, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Garno, with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 2 is Anchor Up, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 3 is El Topacito, owned by Richard and Robert Wilson, trained by Jerry Garno, with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Swipe Left, owned and trained by Shelley Brown, Dwight Lewis aboard. Number 5 is Latat, owned by Boss Baby Racing and Blair Kidd, trained by Blair Kidd, with Arthur Badu. Rounding out the field is number 6, Runaway Hurricane, owned by High Road Stable, trained by Tiffany Husbands, with Antonio Whitehall. Kicking off another pick 3 here in race 2. They go to post in 8 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, the HBPA Manitoba has a best turned out horse here in race number 2, and that horse is number 2, Anchor Up. That's number 2, Anchor Up, the HBPA Manitoba best turned out horse.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, here we go. Another 5 furlong race. This is maiden 5,000s, meaning horses that have never won a race. The big favorite is the 2, climbing up to 3 to 5. Still not great value, but when you're the lone speed and on paper looks like the best horse. The horse struggles to get the 6 furlongs, but we're only going 5 furlongs today. It's his race to lose, gate to wire. After that, it's a bit of a guess, so I've got a real good long shot on the 3 at 15 to 1. Maybe that can complete your exactor. 2, 3, 5. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you on number 2, Anchor Up. 1 to 2 on the board right now. Speed, speed, speed. Catch me if you can. And I don't think they will, but my exactors to number 1, King Wit. Getting 8 to 1, now 7 to 1 on the board. Good race 2 outs ago, running 4th, beaten 8. Going that short 4 furlong race in Fawner. I think this horse with Sheldon Chickeness in the saddle for the 3rd time, he's going to know it. Fitness edge. So I'm taking 2 and 1. Good luck here in race 2. King Wit finds his spot in the starting gate. Anchor Up, the 2 to 5 choice is in. Next up, El Tapacito. Anchor Up, a little fractious in the gate. Swipe Left moves in. 2 left to load. Next up, Latat. And now just waiting on Runaway Hurricane on the outside. The field is set. They're at the post. And they're off. Anchor Up shows that good early speed. And right out to grab the early lead, King Wit. To the inside, hard ridden to be there in second. El Tapacito settled back in third, moving up in fourth. Swipe Left to the outside, Runaway Hurricane. And then 3 more back to the trailer, who's going to be Latat. The opening quarter, 23-2, and Anchor Up has that lead still by a length. Moving up, El Tapacito in second. Back on the rail, King Wit in third. 2 wide, Swipe Left. Runaway Hurricane making a 5 wide bid as they hit the head of the lane. And Anchor Up responds. King Wit back in second. A late charge from Runaway Hurricane on the far outside. But Anchor Up, the heavy favorite, will not disappoint. The battle is on for second between King Wit, who will get there. Third will go to Runaway Hurricane, and fourth to Swipe Left. The stewards have posted number 2, Anchor Up. As your race winner, a photograph has been called to determine the place and show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-2, the half 48-3. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Number 1, King Wit, finishing second. Third goes to number 6, Runaway Hurricane. And fourth to number 4, Swipe Left. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 2. That's number 2, Anchor Up. Anchor Up is a gray-roan colt, 4 years old, by Anchor Down, out of the mare Song to the Moon by Successful Appeal. owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, and ridden to victory by Stanley Chady Jr. Time for the 5 furlongs, 101. Are you new to Assiniboia Downs? Well, check out the 140 VLTs on the second level. They're open all day, every day from 10 a.m. to 1 a.m. And this is the first leg of the 20-cent wager called the Jackpot Pick 5. It comes up right here in race number 3. If your ticket is the only correct one, picking the winners of races 3 to 7, you're going to take home the whole jackpot, which right now is over $14,000 without anything bet in today. And when there's more than one winner, a consolation is paid out, and the jackpot keeps growing. In the upcoming third race, there are no changes. Jackpot Pick 5 wagering here in the Die Terra race, and they'll go to post in 20 minutes. And our ASD birthday is today, so we are drawing for a couple of $20 wagering vouchers. Congratulations goes out to Dave Poirier and Roger Briand. That's Dave Poirier and Roger Briand. Congratulations. You both received $20 wagering vouchers, which you can pick up at guest services on the main floor. Back down paddock 4, race number 3, kicking off jackpot pick 5 wagering with an allowance optional $15,000 claimer. For fillies and mares 3 and up, they're going to go the 5 furlong distance. Stretch, anchor up, didn't disappoint as a big favorite.
No, not at all. Expected. It was interesting. 2 horses I'm going to put my notes on in there is the one horse who pressed early, dropped back and came again for a nice call on your part in the sense of calling the exactor. But I like horses that show early, drop back, come again. And then the 6 horse we kind of talked about needs a little bit longer, made a move outside wide. So a few notes, I think both are going to win their maidens eventually in the next few starts.
Yeah, and talking about the triactor, you seen it paid $14.55 for $1. And I could easily add Runaway Hurricane, the second favorite, for third with my 4 horse that I had. And that would have cost me $20 for a $10 wheel with those 2 horses, and I would have got back $145 with a winner that pays less than $3.
Yeah, and if you know, maybe for some it's $10 wheel is a little too high, but you
5.
can still 5 or a $2.
$3.
Absolutely, and still a nice
Whatever your
return.
budget is.
Absolutely. Here we go.
I don't have the money like you do, Stretch.
All right.
Okay, race number 3, Melisandre, undefeated. But Stretch, who are you going to?
Well, I'm torn here. We'll talk about our top selection. I'm going to talk about the 4 first. Let's go. Sorry, Julie, I'm going to pull an audible. Let's talk about Melisandre because she deserves the respect. She's 8 for 8 last year. She just kept winning and winning. She's probably going to have a bit of pressure on the front end, but that last work says solid. That's a breezing work, which you don't see. Some tracks use breezing a lot. We don't use it as often.
We're starting to use it a little bit more with the clocker. We do have Sheldon, and you know, tell them what breezing is.
Yeah, so it's basically not asking the horse at all, basically as a gallop, not even scrubbing, I would say.
Yeah.
It's like
No effort by the jockey, letting the horse do it all. Where a handily, the jockey is pushing a little bit at some point, and driving is where we don't use it that much, but that's where they're absolutely pushing every step of the way to get that workout.
correct, yes. And so really make note, when you're doing it effortlessly at 48-1 here at ASD, that's pretty solid. When most of those horses were probably in the handling mass rating. So anyway, if she can come just off or just stock, you've got to consider her 3 to 5. That's what I expected the price. I think she does have to improve from 3 to 4 because some of these are pretty solid horses. I'll let you talk about our top pick because that is our top pick. We're trying to beat her, but I'm kind of cheering for her as well.
Oh, I agree, but I think she's going to get company on the front end, and that's where she likes to be, on or just off the lead. But number one, interesting times. This horse comes with a lot of early speed. Showed it in the 2 starts at Century Mile before tiring late. And what I really like about this horse is it went 5, 5.5, and now cuts back to 5 furlongs. Gordon Ampther had a great meet here last year. High percentage, draws inside, and gets a top jock in Antonio Whitehall. So I see those battling. So that's why I went to the 2, Ain't She Darlin'. This horse loves closing back-to-back second place efforts before arriving here. And the half in the wrapper was just way too good for everybody. She sizzled the fractions and ended up wiring the field easy. But Ain't She Darlin', I think she likes coming off of it better. And if the 1 and 4 battle it out, I think she's going to be flying down the lane.
Yeah, I see it the same way, and that's why we have the top, the same kind of selections. Similar to the first race, if you watch the first race, the duelers battled up front and then took over, went a little too fast. You can't leave it out. I'll give a long shot if you wanted to play one of your trifectas, and that would be the 6, DARPA. Does like a little bit longer, but could pick up the pieces if the 1 and 4 falter. So that's why I've got the 6.
And I think you're getting a bargain on number 3, French Rose. Here's another closer in the field. If they get too hot and heated on the front, French Rose, watch this horse rally. All right, let's go to our wagers here in race 3. Pick 5 time. Stretch, what do you got?
Okay, so I've got 3 keys in the pick 3 or pick 5. So basically,
You hope for 3 keys.
hope for 3 keys. Yes, hoping for 3 keys, and it's all in here. I don't want to miss out just in case. Then the key the 4, key the 5 in the 5th race, key the 3, lone speed, and then all in the last one. That 20 place on 5, in fact, is 20 to place on the 2. 20 to place on the 2.
All right, myself, I just went after the pick 5. I went 1, 2, 4 in here with just the 4, with the 3, 5 loaded up in race 6, with the 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 rounded out with 1, 3, 5, and 7. That ticket will cost you $24. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 3, and see you back for race 4. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed. Pick 4 wagering. Horse are on the track for race number 3, the Die Terra race. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $16,600. Number 1 is Interesting Times, owned by Kenneth Ampther, trained by Gordon Ampther with Antonio Whitehall. Number 2 is Ain't She Darlin', owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Chavi Chow. Number 3 is French Rose, owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is the undefeated Melisandre, owned by True North Thoroughbreds and Artisan Farms, trained by Lise Pruitt, with Stanley Shady Jr. Number 5 is Sweet Design, owned by Jerry Lambert and Lynn Matthews, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Sheldon Chickeness. Rounding out our field is number 6, DARPA, owned by Karen Bjarnson, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Leroy Nelson. The Die Terra race. Here in race 3, they go to post in 5 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies and mares going 5 furlongs, an exciting 6-horse field. The horse to beat is the 4-horse Melisandre. She is 8 for 8. She is not lost. I am going to try to beat her though with the 2-horse. I think this horse is going to sit just off the pace. The 1 and 4 could battle it out early, and maybe because the 4 is not raced this year, might get a little leg weary. 2 will get them late. And then after that, if you want a long shot maybe to complete, if you're playing a little bit of a trifecta, the 6, but don't leave out Melisandre. 2, 4, 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm trying to get her beat too. I went to the 2-horse also, Ain't She Darlin'. I think she's going to be running a stock rolling here behind the 1 and 4 that are going to battle it out, and she is much more effective that way. The last winner, Half in the Wrapper, was just way too good. So I'm going to the 2 with 4 and 1 underneath. Good luck here in race 3. Ladies and gentlemen, we had a late rider change in this, the third race. Number 6, DARPA, is now ridden by Ronald Ali. That's a late rider change in this, the third race. Number 6, DARPA, is now ridden by Ronald Ali. Number 6, DARPA, has gotten that rider change to Ronald Ali and is now heading to the starting gate. Post time in approximately 3 minutes. Interesting Times will lead the filly and mares into the starting gate. She Darlin locked away. Next up, French Rose. The Manitoba bred monster Melisandre. She moves in. Now just 2 left to load. Sweet Design. And now just waiting on DARPA to the outside. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Quickly from the middle of the track, Melisandre breaks the running in between horses. That's French Rose on the rail. Interesting Times now goes to Melisandre early, and they're set to do battle. French Rose is going to be a stalker with Ain't She Darlin on the rail. Another length and a half back. It's Sweet Design and DARPA being the early trailers. 22-1. A sizzling opening quarter with Melisandre on the outside, up by half a length. Interesting Times still right there as they hit the head of the lane. Melisandre with the lead. Inside, that's Interesting Times coming with a big rush on the outside. French Rose has all the pace going. French Rose, $16 on the board, is going to get it done by 2.5. Second's going to go to Interesting Times. Third to Ain't She Darlin, and fourth to Melisandre.
The stewards have posted number 3, French Rose, as your race winner. Second goes to number 1, Interesting Times. Third to number 2, Ain't She Darling. And fourth to number 4, Melisandre. They went the opening quarter 22-1. The half 45-3. Time for the 5 furlongs 58-3. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race number 3, the Die Tarot race. That's number 3, French Rose. French Rose is a chestnut mare, 5 years old, by Raisin de Tat. Out of the mare, Catalana, by Medagliadoro. Owned by James Parisian, trained by Steve Keplin Jr., and ridden to victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5 furlongs, 58-3. Race 3 is official in the upcoming 4th race. Kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering. There are no changes. But we'll carry on with the rest of the legs of this evening's pick 4. Turning your programs to race number 5. Scratch number 1, Tough Enough to Start. That's race number 5, scratch the 1, Tough Enough to Start. Turning your programs to race number 6. Number 2, Bad News. The owner should read Doug Mustard. That's race 6, number 2, Bad News. The owner, Doug Mustard. Turning your programs to race number 7. There are no changes. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 17 minutes. Oh, besides the excitement of racing and chasing the ace, big events will be staged at the Downs this summer, including 3 night markets. The first of which is this Sunday, June 12th, from 3 to 11. There's more than 15 food trucks, more than 100 local vendors and artisans, a beer gardens, live music, live bands, kids activities, and much more. Tickets for the night market are just $7. And ladies and gentlemen, you got about 6.5 minutes to get your tickets at Guest Services in the lobby to play Chase the Ace with the jackpot of more than $1,500. And remember, you are guaranteed at least $25 if your ticket is drawn. Hurry and purchase those tickets right now at Guest Services on the main floor, South End. And we have a couple more winners in the ASD birthday draw for $20 wagering vouchers. Congratulations goes out to Justin Young and Cyrus Smith. That's Justin Young and Cyrus Smith. Congratulations. You've won $20 wagering vouchers. Please go to guest services on the main floor, South End. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 4, kicking off $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering with a $5,000 claimer from Manitoba, Saskatchewan, North and South Dakota bred fillies and mares that are non-3 lifers or non-winners of the year, going 5 furlongs stretch. French Rose, the closer. We thought about a closer, but we picked the wrong one. Was able to run him down after a heated early pace.
Yeah, the race went again how we thought it would potentially go. The 1 would press the 4, and the 4 had a little more pressure, and it up a little bit up against it because the others had already had a start. So that really made that really showed the difference there.
Especially at the caliber these horses are. It's not cheap horses going against those hard knocking older horses that are fit and race fit. That's not an easy task.
Yeah, completely. And we mentioned the Melisandre went from a 3-year-old racing 3-year-olds up to now older mares and that, and they can run. So she'll be back. She's going to still win her share of races this year. There's no worries about that. So we can cheer for her later on. Here we go. Pick 4 time. Yesterday, again, paid quite well. And again, there's $82,000. Today, I think it's. I don't know how much it's going to pay. I've got a quite chalky kind of pick 4 ticket coming up.
Well, usually when that happens with us, it pays boxcars. So
very true. Very true.
When we go after multiples and everything, it's no go.
Good call. Good call. So I'm going to start with the top selection. Both of our top selection, and Julie's already found our horse, and that's the 4. Truly and terrific. This horse or this mare. It has a lot of speed for this level. She is a true speedball when she gets out, and I don't see anything different. I think she's got the most speed. There's a little bit of other speed, like Sizzle and Susie. I'll let you go with that one. and but not truly in terrific speed. They're going 5 furlongs. This horse is, as you can see, 10 of 16 in the top 2 spots. And when it races this level, the Manitoba bred fillies, she's super tough. So.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Back in the Tom Gardapi Jr. barn. And I like that Jorge Carreño retains the call here. He won the last 2 at the end of the meet last year. And she is simply just a rocket out of the gate. So I think she is the speed of the race that has to get caught. I also like number 3, Divine Ride. This is a horse that had a good year last year. 3 wins. And did it convincingly. Larry Sizik has sent one to the racetrack, and it was a first-time starter that got the job done. Comes in with a really nice workout in 1 minute and 4/5 out of the starting gate. Divine Ride won't be sitting too far away, probably in the second position with Sizzle and Susie right there in the mix, and maybe Mayday Payday. But I think Divine Ride, big shot, and it's taken a lot of money on the board at 6-5.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised with that much money, but clearly live. That last workout for this level, again, super work, going 5 furlongs from the gate. I always like some gate works when they come out, even if they've raced a lot. You know that's a good time. It's not like a walk up to the start of a workout, which you technically can do, and not from a dead stop. My third, which you've also already mentioned, was the 7. Another nice workout there. If the 7 tries to run for second, I think she can certainly run for second. If she tries to match strides with the 4, it's kind of what you're going to see like the last races, that there's been duels and the 7 could run right out. So the right ride can run in the money, 10-1. I don't think the 7 can beat the 4, but if you're an exactor player, you might want to use her in second.
Yeah, definitely, and a nice work at Fauner Park, 36-4 on a slow racetrack there in Nebraska. Another horse I like in here, number 6, True Kate. Last year tested the open maiden allowance, which was too tough, then dropped down against these Manitoba breds and North Dakota breds in Saskatchewan and got the win easy, came back, won the non-too easy, then hit the open company. Now comes back against just the breeds. True Kate, Fred Rawson sent one to the racetrack, had a really good second, that being Mia Bear. So True Kate, good works under the belt. Sure, they're only 3 furlongs, but he had the other one ready. I expect True Kate to be ready, so a big shot at top 3.
Yeah, absolutely right. Set up properly, not going to be in the duel for sure.
Valente will be a deep closer in here, and Storm Kitten, the same kind, needs some ground. What about number 2, Mayday Payday? Chippewa and Fargo. This horse won easy by 9 in a non-2, wire to wire in the other race. Yes, it's a smaller track, but some of these horses do well here.
They certainly can. The unfortunate part is she's a bit of a speed horse and might have to battle with the 4, or probably will. And maybe if sits back, the jockey sits back just behind, maybe can try to take over. But if it gets caught in the duel, I think would be in a bit of trouble.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 4. Chasing after the pick 4 as usual. Hopefully we'll get one. Missing the first 3. Stretch. Wow, all on the last leg.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that.
Key.
I spent a $2 pick 4.
Wow.
I jumped it up. Hey, if I get those first 3 legs, and you're alive, we can just sit back and cheer for my long shot.
That's always a good thing.
So 4 with 5 with 3 with all. A $2 ticket is $16. Don't want to spend that? Spend 8. 4, 5, 3, all. $1 is $8.
Myself, I keyed the 4 also, but then I took 2 horses, the 3 and 5, the 3 and 4 in race 6, and I finished off with all $1 ticket, $32. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 4, and we'll see you back for race 5. horse on the track for race number 4. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1 is Storm Kitten, owned by Riley Kling, trained by Maria Stanford with Neville Stevenson. The 2, Mayday Payday, owned by Scott Horace, trained by Jim Donnelly with Arthur Badu. The 3, Divine Ride, owned by Janice Braden, trained by Larry Sizik with Stanley Chady Jr. Number 4 is Truly Terrific, owned and trained by Tom Gardby Jr. with Jorge Carreño. Number 5 is Valente, owned by Vela K. Butler, trained by Tom Gardby Jr. with Antonio Whitehall. Number 6 is True Kate, owned by Al Daly Estate Stable, trained by Fred Rawson with Chavi and Chow. Rounding out the field is number 7, Sizzlin' Susie, owned by Jennifer Taranjo, trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickeness. $25,000 guaranteed pick 4 wagering starts right here in race 4. They go to post in 3 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Okay, 5 furlong race. We've got fillies and mares. This is a condition race for Manitoba, Saskatchewan, and North Dakota, South Dakota breds. It's a little easier competition. The 4 horses, your speed is the favorite. I don't think there's going to be that much of a duel. I think this horse can clear, go gate to wire. This horse just wins this level. She's in the right spot. Good spot by Tom. Another consideration is the 3. That's your closer in the race. Does need a duel and does need the 4 to stop, but 4 and 3 up top with the 7 and third is a bit of a long shot.
As Stretch, I'm with you. The 4 horse to the front, catch me if you can. The 3 in a chasing mode. But if the 3 and 4 want to go battle it out on the front end, now you got to look at the 7, Sizzlin' Susie, and the 6, True Kate. Both of them are ralliers that don't sit too far off of it. But I think the 4 will clear and go to the lead and set up the 4-3 exactor. Here in race number 4, good luck. Stormy Kitten, she's the first one into the starting gate. Mayday Payday walks right in. It's now Divine Ride's turn. From the middle, the 2-5 heavy favorite. Truly and Terrific goes in. True Kate will be next. 2 left to load. Valente will load riderless. And once Valente is in, jockey Antonio Whitehall will climb back aboard. She's now in. And now just waiting on Sizzlin' Susie to the outside. They're all in. They're at the post. And they're off. Like a bullet from the middle. Truly and Terrific. Quickly shows that speed, but Divine Ride is going to match it on the inside. 3 wide. That's going to be True Kate in between horses. Valente on the rail. Storm Kitten with Mayday Payday. And Sizzlin' Susie 5 wide. Throw a blanket over them. And Truly and Terrific now opens up by a length. Sizzlin' Susie starting to come at him on the wide side. Settle back in. Third is True Kate on the rail. Still Divine Ride. Racing as a pair. Mayday Payday, Valente, and Storm Kit in the trailer. They hit the head of the lane. And it's Truly and Terrific with the lead. Sizzlin' Susie not giving up in second. True Kate and Divine Ride at the 16 pole. Truly and Terrific will go gate to wire. Sizzlin' Susie second best. Third's going to go to True Kate. And fourth to Divine Ride. The Stewart's opposed to number 4, Truly and Terrific as your race winner. Second goes to number 7, Sizzlin' Susie. Third to number 6, True Kate. And fourth to number 3, Divine Ride. They went the opening quarter 23-2. The half 47 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs. 1 minute even. Now, just outside the winner's enclosure is the official winner here in race 4. That's number 4, Truly and Terrific. Truly and Terrific is a bay mare, 7 years old, by True Sense. Out of the mare neighborhood house by Song and a Prayer. Owned and trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. and ridden to victory by Jorge Carreño. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute even. Number 4, Truly and Terrific, was proudly bred right here in Manitoba by Ken Pollock. Race 4 is official in the upcoming 5th race. Scratch number 1, Tough Enough to Start. Once again in this, the 5th race, scratch number 1, Tough Enough to Start. It's time for race number 5 in 17 minutes. I'll be sure to check out our new player portal at asdowns.com. All the information you need on ASD Live Racing in one convenient place. Watch live racing access, free online ASD programs, expert selections, and more. Scan the QR code on the player portal ad in your program to go there now. And our final ASD birthday draw of the evening for a Blue Bomber package. Congratulations goes out to Francisco Martineau. Francisco Martineau, congratulations. You've won the Blue Bomber package in the ASD birthday draw. Please report to guest services on the main floor, south end. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 5. We have a $5,000 claimer for fillies, mares 3 and up that are non-3 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Scratch the 1. Tough enough to start. Stretch. Race number 4, truly terrific, was just that. Hit the front end. Jorge Carreno slowed it down about the 3/8 pole and then coasted.
Yeah, I thought it was a really good ride. I don't know if it was the best horse in the race. The 7-horse
Sizzle and Susie ran huge.
Huge race on the outside. I like how Carreno rides. He didn't panic early. The 3 pressured. Make note of the 3 for the next time. Divine Ride. And he just had enough at the wire. That's what you want. You want almost nothing left at the wire. And sure enough, solid ride. 85,000 in the pick 4 pool. I would think most people that played a ticket are alive. If you're not, I guess you're a long shot player, and that's fine.
Hey, nothing wrong with that.
No, nothing at all. Here we go, race 5, second leg of the pick 4, and we're on the same horse, the 5, 2-1. That's about, I thought might end up going off a little bit lower.
You in the morning line.
Yeah, yeah. And that's true. Perfect spot Lise Pruitt has in here because this horse cannot get claimed because what's waiver claiming you're gonna?
It's 6 months or actually 180 days. You get 2 cracks at what you run for before, which is 5,000. So protected for 2. If you're off for 90 days, you're protected for 1 race.
Okay, so she knew the conditions to a T. Really good. Couple good works coming in. If you look back at basically May and June where this horse was running, some tough fields there. And I like that work. I think this horse is going to sit close. Certainly will not be on the lead because that will be the 3 horse on the lead, and they're going to have to try to run Storm Squall down.
Yeah, I see it the same way. Storm Squall, run and gun, and My Princess Ellie. She did show some speed early on as she raced in that optional allowance claimer. That race against Real Good Deal, June the 23rd last year. What a race that was. Look who she beat, half in the wrapper.
Yeah.
Who was the speed that day and ended up running 3rd and getting a little leg weary late. But I think Storm Squall has the lead. My Princess Ellie a couple lengths off of it. She tries to reel her in with about an 1/8 of a mile to go. But I see those 2 early and I see them both late.
Agree with you. It's just a matter of, I guess, if the 5 pressures too much and just takes over and the 3 gets a little bit tired, and if you're looking for a 3rd place horse or maybe to complete the exactor if you like a bit of a price, that would be the 6. My figures aren't bad from Fauner Park. I think this horse can sit relatively close. You can't get too far back with the right trip. I don't think it can compete with the 5 horse, but again, there's some value at 7-1 in there. Probably even if you're a place or show better, that might be a consideration or an exactor.
Yeah, the only time the last 3 didn't show any speed, had an outside post at Fauner is where you don't want to be. The 2 Gold Shaft, the 4 Wits Question, and the 7 the Whiskey Work. All of them are deep closers in here, so they're going to have to hope for a meltdown on the front end. Let's go to our wagers here in race number 5. Stretch, what do you got?
Oh, wow. And if you're
Really?
So if everybody's wondering, we do not pay attention to each other's bets at all. We just play ours and submit them, so it's pretty close. I didn't have $20 in my pocket, so anyway, it's a $5 trifecta wheel, 3-5 with 3-5 with 6. It's an absolute Kirt bet. I'll give him full credit. I've jumped on board.
And I added the 7 in the third position, so it costs an extra $10. So I'm spending 20. If you want to go on the cheap side, $4 for 3-5, 3-5 with 6-7, or any 2 horses you think you're going to run third. That is a $1 ticket for $4. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 5, and we'll see you back for race 6. Horse on the track for race number 5. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,600. Number 1, Tough Enough to Start, was scratched. Number 2 is Gold Shaft, owned by Quinny Racing, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr. with Ronald Alley. Number 3 is Storm Squall, owned by Manny Miaderos and Glenn Miller, trained by Jim Donnelly with Siobhan Bell. Number 4 is Wit's Question, owned and trained by Stephen Gaskin, Ronaldo Cumberbatch aboard. Number 5 is My Princess Ellie, owned by Arneson Farms, trained by Lee Pruitt with Chavi and Chow. Number 6 is Back in That Action, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Antonio Whitehall. Rounding out the field is number 7, The Whiskey Worked, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno with Sheldon Chickenass. Race 5 kicking off late pick 3. They go to post in 4 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, tonight's winning number in Winnipeg's Ultimate Chase the Ace, winning ticket 0068. That's winning ticket 0068. You'll have 5 minutes to report to guest services on the main floor, South End.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Fillies and mares going 5 furlongs. It's a 5,000 non-3 lifetime horses that have only won 2 races. I'm going to land on the 5 horse. This horse has some class. in it and very competitive last year, and then basically needed a bit of a break at the end of the year. Great spot Lise Pruitt, the trainer, has put her in. I think you're going to stalk and try to take over from the 3. If you think the 3 can get the distance, that might be your horse. I think the horse likes to run second a little too often, so that's why I've got it 5, 3, 6. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I'm with you. Storm Squall straight to the front. Princess Ellie is going to be a stalker in here. And as you said, she's tested some real toughies early on in the year last year. And June 23rd, that was a standout race. And that wins this one by like 10 lengths. Nice workout coming in 36-1. I think the 5 runs down the 3 late. So I'm taking 5 and 3 also. Good luck here in race 5. Gold Shaft, the first one in. Next up, the 7-5 favorite. That's Storm Squall. Gonna get a little help from the gate crew. Wits questions turn. My Princess Ellie, now the 6-5 favorite. She's set to go in. 2 left to load. Back in that action. Now just waiting on the whiskey worked. They're at the post. And they're off. Breaking well on the inside, that's Storm Squall showing her early speed. And now opening up by a length and a half. My Princess Ellie is the stalker in second. Back to third, Wits question. 3 off of it. That's back in that action. Now moving up. And then another 3 lengths back to our trailers. That's going to be the Whiskey Worked. And the late closing Gold Shaft. 23 seconds the opening quarter, and Storm Squall is up by 3. My Princess Ellie still there in second, moving up back in that action. Back to fourth is Wits question. They hit the head of the lane, and Storm Squall loving it on the front, but back in that action is coming with a flurry with the 16th of a mile to go. Back in that action, blows on by, and gonna win by 2. Storm Squall for second, close for third, between the Whiskey Worked and My Princess Ellie. The Stewarts opposed to number 6 back in that action as your race winner. Second goes to number 3, Storm Squall. A photograph been called to determine the show position. They went the opening quarter in 23, the half 47 and 1. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Results of the photo show number 7, the Whiskey Worked, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 5, My Princess Ellie. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 5, that's number 6, Back in That Action. Back in That Action is a chestnut filly, 4 years old, by Star Guitar, out of the mare Unbridled Action by Unbridled Song. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 1 minute and 2/5. Race 5 is official in the upcoming 6th race, the Gary Sue Love Connection race. Number 2, Bad News, The owner should read Doug Mustard. That's in this is 6th race. Number 2, Bad News. The owner should read Doug Mustard. We're kicking off late double wagering here in race number 6. And ladies and gentlemen, in Chase the Ace this evening, Dave J. spent his $5, went up to the board, selected the ace of diamonds, and he took home the jackpot of $1,700. Congratulations to Dave J., our Chase the Ace jackpot winner. Welcome back down the paddock for race number 6. We have a $3,500 claimer for 3-year-olds and up that are non-winners of the year or non-4 lifers. They're going to go 5 furlongs. Quick look back at race 5. Well, the 3 and 5, they ran around the racetrack, but then back in that action. What a great kick down the lane. Good ride by Antonio Whitehall and Jerry Gorno conditioning.
Yeah, absolutely. We mentioned and you talked about the wide turn, and I was going to add that that 6, when you're out on the 8 post 8 at Fauner, it's almost the parking lot going the 6 furlongs. So you almost throw that race out because you're really up against it. Like you said, Antonio, good ride. It looks like the 5 must have clearly needed one, or maybe just tried to chase instead of trying to take over late. 3 might needs another start. I guess got a little tired at the end there.
Yeah, we can make all the excuses we want. Let's carry on to race number 6.
Sounds good.
All right, who do you like in here?
Okay, I do like this horse quite a bit. We're on the same one, and it's right up there. The 3 horse with maybe Jerry can win back-to-back with Antonio aboard. Really nice race against that maybe sometime. There's a bunch of other speed. This horse dueled last time, and then he brings them right back. If you look back, 2 back was claimed for $2,500. I like the move. He's done the math after even the exchange, can get a win in here for $3,500 if he gets claimed, and the purse money. So he's still ahead of the game. The horse runs some nice races. Those races at Prairie Meadows were really good. There's not a lot of other speed. I know you mentioned about one of my favorites. He can have speed. I just don't believe he's got the amount of the speed of the 3. So if the 3 gets that loose kind of lead, almost like the race the 4 ran in the 4th race, there was a little bit of pressure, but not all-out pressure. So, yeah, I'm going to stick with the 3 as my top selection.
Yeah, the way the 3 ran last time, that was an optional $10,000 claimer, and that was a really good race with Phoenix Horse, Golden Eyed, maybe sometime, and Shootin' Money, who last year had a great year coming from Golden Gate. And this horse had to duel 3 wide, will be the inside of the speed today. So far in the first 5 races, 2 speed horses getting it done and 3 closers getting it done, unlike yesterday when it was all about the speed. So Dazzle and Mischief, going to try and steal it. My second selection, Plum Lucky. Plum Lucky coming out of the Marvin Buffalo barn. This barn is on fire. They won with Freezing Jimmy earlier in the card, and now Plum Lucky looks like a total route horse, but look at the distance, 4 starts, 1 win and a couple third-place finishes. Maybe if Dazzle and Mischief and Warren's Van Gogh, they want to go battle it out. Plum Lucky just might be a good long shot, not really long, at 3-1. Everyone else seen what I seen. And a nice work coming in. This one just might be able to mow him down.
Yeah, I picked a horse that likes to run the 6 furlongs, and I went with Jerry's other horse. I thought it was the Jerry Gorno exactor of the day in this race. 3 going to the lead, 5 going to come late. You know he's not going to be pressing the 3 at all. The figures are good. It was actually in the non 3 of the year, mentioned on ASD Live, that there's some good horses in that drop to that condition that have won multiple times. So I do like that. I think the right trip sets him up for a late run. And if the 3 falter, I think the 3 needs to falter for the 5 to win, meaning getting tired late. That's why I've got a 3 and 5.
Yeah, and I liked Warren's Van Gogh because the first start of the year was a really good one, as this horse was in for 35 non-winners of the year, battled and held on for the win at almost 18-1. And with the lack of speed that is in here, I see Dazzle and Mischief going out, Warren sitting close. I'm thinking they could run around the track together, but the track definitely isn't as speedy as it was yesterday. But I still like 3, 4, and 6. What about Captive Kitten on the outside at 6-1? Here's a horse that's been 4 for 6 in the money. Has been overlooked a few times last year. I think this horse has a shot. Probably be sitting a little further back in the field.
Yeah, it is also it's only won 3 races lifetime. Some have won 4 and more in this race. It is up against it because it hasn't run yet. I'm going to wait and see on this one. Maybe pick up a check. Likes a lot of thirds. That might be the horse. The figures last time weren't bad at the end of the year. So, yeah, I'm saving for later.
And bad news, a 3-time winner last year and in for the non-4 condition. You get the top jock, Jorge Cranio, with 4 wins right now. Bad news, has a big, deep closing style. Has sat close in the past, but mostly a deep closer since coming to Assiniboia Downs.
Yeah, it's my 3rd pick, and I picked them 3rd specifically that I think this is a nice tightener. Will be closing late. Did win for 5,000 already, 2 out of 3. I'm going to give the horse 1, but I think certainly can be in the mix for an exactor or a trifecta if you like to do that.
All right, let's go to our wagers here in race number 6. Stretch, starting it off with you.
Yes, I called it. I said it's a Jerry Gorno exactor of the day. Simply put, $20 exactor, 3-5.
And myself, I'm going a $10 exactor. I'm putting the 3 on top, but I'm taking the 4 and 6 underneath. That's going to cost $20. Good luck with all your wagers here in race 6, and we'll see you back for race 7 for Jackpot High 5 wagering. The horses are on the track for race number 6. Gary Sue, Love Connection. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $9,800. Number 1, This Little Lime of Mine, was a late scratch. Number 2 is Bad News, owned by Doug Mustard and trained Jorge Cranio in the saddle. Number 3 is Dazzle and Mischief, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Antonio Whitehall. Number 4 is Plum Lucky, owned by Marvin and Deb Buffalo, trained by Marvin Buffalo, with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Fulkerson, owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, with Chavin Chow. Number 6 is Warren's Van Gogh, owned by S&S Stable, trained by Maria Stanford, with Neville Stevenson. Rounding out the field is number 7, Captive Kitten, owned by Hearthstone Stable, trained by Tom Gardapi Jr., with Stanley Chady Jr. The Gary Sue Love Connection race. Here in race number 6, they go to post in 4 minutes. And ladies and gentlemen, with that late scratch of number 1, This Little Lime of Mine, if you use number 1, This Little Lime of Mine, in your pick 5s, pick 4s, or pick 3s, and you are still alive, the favorite at post time will be substituted. Any other wager, except for also late double, you will get the favorite at post time. Everything else will be a complete refund. A late scratch, and this is 6th race. Scratch number 1, This Little Lime of Mine.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Claiming Colton Gelding's, fillies and mares. A little bit of, in this race, we're going to the 3-horse. I think the horse is a controlling speed. Some races have been a lot of speed, and hence why the closers have come in. I don't think there is. That's why 3 is my top selection. The other Jerry Gorno, because he's got the 3, he's also got the 5, but that horse is the closer. He's going to sit back and try to take a run late. That's why I've got 3-5-2.
Yeah, Stretch, in this field of boys here, I like the 3 Dazzle of Mischief also, but underneath, I like Plum Lucky, who has a hot barn right now, and number 6, Warren's Van Gogh, who's the longest shot on the board. Outside of Dazzling Mischief, there really is no speed in this race, and Neville Stevenson, a lot of his horses play on the front end, so that might be an exactor that you want to chase after. 3 and 6, but I also like 3 and 4. Good luck here in race 6. Bad news will lead him into the starting gate. Plum Lucky now goes in. Fulkerson is in. Warren Van Gogh's turn. Now just 2 left to load. On the outside, Captive Kitten. And just waiting on the even money favorite, Dazzling Mischief. They're all set. They're at the post. And they're off. Dazzling Mischief right out to secure the lead by a length and a half. To the outside, Warren's Van Gogh in second. Settled back in third, Fulkerson to the outside, Captive Kitten. On the rail, Plum Lucky up close early. And bad news, can see them all. About 7 off the lead. 23-1 the opening quarter. And it's Dazzling Mischief running easy with Whitehall by a length. In an all-out drive, that's Warren's Van Gogh. Going to be looking for some room. Plum Lucky on the inside. Making a 4-wide bid, Captive Kitten 5 wide. It's going to be bad news. They hit the head of the lane, and Dazzling Mischief has took off on him. And now is up by 6 and widening. Dazzling Mischief all by himself. Plum Lucky for second. The battle is on for show, and it looked like it might have been Fulkerson just beating Warren's Van Gogh for third. The Stewart's supposed to number 3, Dazzling Mischief. That's your race winner. Second goes to number 4, Plum Lucky. A photograph has been called to determine the show positions. They went the opening quarter 23-1. The half 47-2. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Results of the photo show number 5, Fulkerson, finishing third. Fourth goes to number 6, Warren's Van Gogh. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the official winner here in race number 6, the Gary Sue Love Connection race. That's number 3, Dazzling Mischief. Dazzling Mischief is a bay gelding, 7 years old. Buy into Mischief. Out of the mare, Love That Dazzle by Dazzling Falls. Owned by Henry Witt Jr., trained by Jerry Gorno, and ridden to victory by Antonio Whitehall. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-1. Congratulations goes out to owner Henry Witt, trainer Jerry Gorno, and jockey Antonio Whitehall, who score the double. back-to-back winners for owner Henry Witt Jr., trainer Jerry Gorno, and jockey Antonio Whitehall. In the upcoming 7th race, jackpot high five wagering with the carryover, just under $14,000. There are no changes. Well, after the final race, be sure to head up to the clubhouse where our popular Crazy Hour kicks in. Beer, shots, and wine for just $3.95, as well as half-price appetizers. Plus, there's 140 VLTs ready for action until 1 a.m. And welcome back down the paddock for race number 7, the $7,500 claimer. For fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and up, they're going to go the 5 furlong distance once again. A field of 8 assembled in a wide open race. Let's take a look back at race number 6. Dazzle and Mischief made no mistake in there. Antonio Whitehall pretty well just sat there for most of the race until the head of the lane.
Yeah, when you're basically the controlling speed, and these good jockeys know that, they control the race. And so that's why you have to kind of run the race shape, understand who could go to the lead, who can come off the pace. And in that case, like I said, controlling the speed. 6 did show some speed, ran a nice race, got tired late, needed one, probably be better next time. And a good pick on your 4 to run second, getting the exactor on Plum Lucky ran a nice race. They were just not beating the 3.
Yeah, there was no doubt about that. Okay, race number 7, Stretch. Who are you going to in here?
Well, I decided to go with the 2 horse because in this race, when I'm running the race, I see a lot of speed. I see the 1, the 3, even the outside horses as well. Fat and Bitter likes to show some speed. Aerosphere, I don't know the horse that well, but does show speed on the line. So you've got for sure 4 horses. So even if one decides not to go, you're probably expecting 3 of them to go. Sets it up for a closer, and my closer is the 2. I like the Century Miles have been hit and miss coming here, but I like the works. Back-to-back 5 furlong works. And Wendy Anderson has had her horses ready. I think that Lionel Camacho Flores, who is the jockey, has been doing very well with horses coming off the pace. 2 of his wins have come off the pace. I don't remember his 3rd win, but a great close today. He's just going to get a nice trip behind the speed, and hopefully it's not too short for him. 3 out of 4 in the money at the distance.
Yeah, that's the only thing, whether it's a little bit too short. But the horse did run a great race last year, a 3rd beaten 4 at the allowance non-3 lifer level. Myself, I think I'm going to the speed of the speed. That's number 3, Liaison Tune. She is a speed ball, and she shows it each and every time. And what I like about her is that she can even go up to 7 furlongs. Maybe she doesn't get the job done, but she's always in the fray. And she only got beat by 2 in that 7/8. But all the other sprinting races, she is there battling. She has shown she's able to do a little stalking after a quarter mile, sitting close and then overtaking the leaders. So I think that might be really valuable in here. But what I like the most, Mike Taphorn, he started off the season really well and wasn't really respected that much in a few of the races, including Half in the Wrapper, who easily won. So I'm looking at Liaison Tune to go towards the front end in here and be the speed of the speed. The only one that I think might be able to hook it is a 7 Aerosphere, who's been showing really good fractions down in Fauner, which is a slower racetrack. But I'm going to Liaison Tune. Nice workout, too, on May the 23rd, 101-4.
Absolutely, and that was my protection. Like, I've got the 2 closers. 3 was the speed horse in case that she got away. I went to the 6 as my second choice. You have to look closely on this one. You would think, oh, this horse always goes to the lead. That's when she goes at a distance. And so if you look back last year, yes, it was at a lower level, but she came off the pace and then just went on winning in multiple wins. Very, very game horse. Carino knows the horse very well. And he's a smart jockey, so he knows he's not going to get the lead in here. Probably sit back and take a run late. Steady Works did have one winter race. It's irrelevant. Just throw that race out.
Yeah, another horse I like, just a tap in, the 5 horse Steve Keplin Jr. won a race earlier on with French Rose in race number 3. And he's a solid 25% win clip trainer here. Just a tap in was a winner 3 outs ago for $5,000, then went in a tough starter. And what I like about that, the horse was 7 lengths back, made up 5 lengths down the lane to only get beaten by 2 3/4. Then went in a first level allowance, and that was just too tough. Sees easier ones in here, has a fitness advantage over a lot of horses in here. There's only 4 that have run, and Just a Tap In was a recent run down in Fauner Park. I think testing some of the tougher ones on the grounds there. So that's my second selection, and right now, good price at 7-1.
Yeah, it's a great betting board. Yes, 3 is the favorite at 5-2, but the odds are back and forth for all sorts of different ones. It's a great race to cap off the week, competitive. I'm really not surprised on anybody that would win this race. I think they're all very competitive on just the race shape and depending on where the jockey sits the horse.
Yeah, I don't just see a good, solid closer in here. That's why I went to a speed horse to try and be the speed of the speed. So let's go to our bets here in race number 7. Stretch, what do you have?
Okay, so I've got a couple bets. I've boxed $2 exacta box 2, 3, and 6. And I don't want to miss out. I don't want to miss the win price on this 2-horse 5-1. I think it's going to go a little bit higher. That's why I have a couple bets with a total of $22. I see your bet. I do like that bet.
Well, I had used some of that money I got in the exactor last race, and I like Liaison 2 to win it. So I thought I might get a little bit of a price on it. It's 3-2 right now. We do have a late scratch in this race. Scratch number 1, Possibly in Love. That just came across my desk. That's a late scratch, number 1, Possibly in Love. So that takes one of the speed horses out of here, Stretch. And that makes Liaison Tune the inside speed. And I like my bet even more, 50 to place on 3. Hoping to get a $4 place price out of it in this competitive last race. And just a reminder, if you use number 1, Possibly in Love, and you're alive in the pick 5, pick 4, pick 3, the favorite at post time substituted, if you're alive in the late daily double, there will be a consolation payout on the 1, Possibly in Love. And if you bet it straight up or in your triactors or exactors, you'll get a complete refund. So, Stretch, and one exciting thing, starting next week, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, till the end of September, 3 days a week, you can join us here at ASD, myself and Stretch. We're loving any extra days we can get. Everybody have a great evening. Good luck here in race number 7, and we'll see you back Monday, 6:45 Central for ASD Live. Back to race number 6, we had a claim to report. Claim for $3,500 was a race winner, number 3, Dazzle and Mischief, claimed by B&J Stable, trainer Shelley Brown. The horse are on the track for race number 7. They're going to go 5 furlongs for $13,400. Number 1, Possibly in Love, was a late scratch. Number 2 is Blues Roar, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson, with Lionel Camacho Flores. Number 3 is Liaison Tune, owned by Cindy Johnson, Christopher Johnson, and Jim Bencharski, trained by Mike Taphorn with Neville Stevenson. Number 4 is Enhanced Finance, owned by Wind Dancer Stable, trained by Winnie Anderson with Ronaldo Cumberbatch. Number 5 is Just a Tap In, owned by Drop-In Racing and James Kepplin, trained by Steve Kepplin Jr. with Sheldon Chickeness. Number 6 is Kimano Comet, owned by Jared Brown and Sue Crane, trained by Jared Brown with Jorge Carreño. Number 7 is Aerosphere, owned by Henry Wood Jr., trained by Jerry Gordo with Siobhan Bell. Rounding out the field is number 8, Fat and Bitter, owned by Wayne Dare, Bernie Green, and Rick Wise, trained by Rick Wise with Antonio Whitehall. Jackpot High Five Wagering. Here in race number 7, they go to post in 4 minutes.
It's now 2 minutes to post time at ASD.
Last race of the week finishes off with a competitive 7,500 fillies and mares. That late scratch really made a big difference. It sets it up for potentially the 3. 2 was my top selection. I'm a little bit worried now of the 3 getting away. There's a lot of things to like about the 2. It's going to sit close. I'm going to need a duel. So be careful in that. Maybe use the 3 as a protection there. 2 is the other one that can sit close and close late at the distance. He's going to have a sneaky long shot at 11-1, maybe include in there. So I've got a 2-6-3, but maybe a 3-2-6 in there. Kirt?
Yeah, Stretch, I like the 3 just to tap in, as I don't see a real solid closer in here. So I think Liaison Tune's going to go to the front and battle a little bit, but I think she just might be the speed of the speed. So I took her on top. For second, I took number 5, Just a Tap In. Big races 2 and 3 outs ago. An ugly one last time out, but throw that one out. I like 3 and 5 here in the nightcap. Post time! Is on tune, the current even money favorite. First enter the starting gate. And Enhanced Finance steps in. Next up, Just a Tap In. Camano Comet set to move in. Aerosphere's turn. Very quick load, just 2 left to go. On the inside, Blues Roar. And now just waiting on Fat and Bitter to the outside. They're all set at the post. And they're off. Hopping at the start was Just a Tap In. From the inside, Leah's on tune. She shows her early speed and opens up by a length. Fat and Bitter to the outside in second. Enhanced Finance back in third on the rail. To her outside, that's Just a Tap In, who's recovered nicely. Another length back to Arrows Fear, Blues Roar, and the trailer's going to be Kimano Comet. The opening quarter, a sizzler, 21-4, and it's Liaison Tune up by 3 as they hit the head of the lane. Fat and Bitter trying to close the gap in second. 3 wide, Just a Tap In, 4 wide. That's going to be Arrows Fear, but this is Liaison Tune at the 16th pole, getting a little tired, but she's going to make it to the wire. A good battle for second. Just a Tap In will get it. Third is going to go to Fat and Bitter. Fourth to Kimano Comet, and fifth to Blues Roar. The Stewart's opposed to number 3, Liaison Tune, as your race winner. Second goes to number 5, Just a Tap In. Third to number 8, Fat and Bitter. And fourth to number 6, Kimano Comet. And fifth to number 2, Blues Roar. They went the opening quarter 21-4. The half 46 seconds. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Now entering the winner's enclosure, the unofficial winner here in race 7, that's number 3, Liaison Tune. Liaison Tune is a dark bay or brown mare, 5 years old, by Liaison, out of the mare Angel of Music by Forestry. Owned by Cindy and Christopher Johnson and Jim Bencharski, trained by Mike Taphorn, and ridden unofficial victory by Neville Stevenson. Time for the 5 furlongs, 59-2. Well, now let's head up to the clubhouse to enjoy Crazy Hour on the second level. Beer, shots, and wine just $3.95, and half-price appetizers. Racing resumes next Monday, Tuesday, and also Wednesday at 7:30. See you then. Now, let's head to the clubhouse for Crazy Hour.